And they're all the gates. They're off and running at Finger Lakes, a very competitive start. It's Dynamite Karma who's blasting out for the front end. Co-Conspirator flashing early speed inside of him, and Golden Rain is 3 wide around that first turn. It's Sutton Breeze right behind the leaders, wants to go on and into third at this point in time. Beta's also rank as Golden Rain losing position, and 3 lengths off the lead is he. And Almond Cider's at the back of the pack and about 5.5 lengths off the lead. Co-Conspirator, as they reach the backstretch, has a lead by a half length over Dynamite Karma in second. Sutton Breeze, White Blinkers third. Beta is in amongst horses for 2 lengths off the lead. Golden Rain, widest up the backstretch in second last, only 2 lengths off the lead, but now up into third, and 2 lengths to Almond Cider, who trails the field. They run past the half-mile pole. Co-Conspirator and Dynamite Karma still first and second. Sutton Breeze will attempt to probe through at the fence, but really in some tight quarters. Beta's outside of him. 4 lengths to Golden Rain, who backpedals, and Almond Cider passes him. 2.5 furlongs to go in this race, and Dynamite Karma takes over the lead from Co-Conspirator. It's Beta who's on the outside up in a second. Sutton Breeze is in the clear but deep on the course in fourth, and then it's Almond Cider as they reach the top of the stretch. Dynamite Karma turns them in. Beta, the blue blinkers, the danger on the outside. Co-Conspirator races in third. Sutton Breeze a distant fourth. 1 furlong to go. Dynamite Karma has the lead by 2 lengths. Beta's keeping him honest on the outside second. 16th to go. Dynamite Karma and Beta. It's Dynamite Karma. 3 wins in a row. Career win number 15 for Dynamite Karma. Beta second. Co-Conspirator third. Sutton Breeze fourth. Spring Farm bred Dynamite Karma. It's official. $4.80 the winning mutual. Exacta $15.60, 50-cent trifecta, $26.37. Dime Super 8. And they're off. Step Tardy, Melissa Smile. It's Wabanzi sending out for the lead. Coffee Futures. Here's 40 Smooth at the fence. 40 Smooth with a slender lead over Coffee Futures. Wabanzi 3 wide third. A gap of about 3.5 to MAS Groovies is about 3 lengths in front of the slow starting Melissa Smile, who's at the back of the pack. 3-horse battle down to 2 as they make the entry into the turn. 40 Smooth and Coffee Futures clear by about 5 lengths over Wabanzi, who's a clear-cut third. MAS Groovies is up the inside fourth, and a space of 4 to Melissa Smile, who's at the tail of the field as they wind their way to the quarter pole. It's 40 Smooth with the advantage by a half length over Coffee Futures in second. Wabanzi deep on the course, still holding third. MAS Groovies up the inside in fourth, and Melissa Smile trails the field as they run down to the final furlong. It's 40 Smooth who shrugs off Coffee Futures, while Bonzi's on the grandstand side up into second. MAS Groovies up the inside third. In deep stretch, it's 40 Smooth. 40 Smooth, the favorite, wins over Wabanzi. MAS Groovies third, fourth Coffee Futures. Daily double, pick 3 wagering. Pick 4 starts on race number 3. Post time in 21 minutes. And they're off. Looked like Mama Gigi broke through the gate there right before the gates were unlatched, but ZN is also right behind Mamba Gigi. It's Mamba Gigi up the backstretch who has lead. Shaman Princess in some tight quarters. ZN's on the outside up into second. Idle Gossip trying to probe through at the fence in some very tight quarters is Idle Gossip. The rider has a firm hold of her in third. The back 2 markers are Shelley, who's about 3 parts of a length in front of Numeric at the back. It's Mamba Gigi into the turn, who has the lead by just about a length. ZN outside, poised to roll in second. Idle Gossip towards the inside in third. A length back to Shaman Princess in fourth. Shelley's in second last and deep on the course. And Numeric trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Mamba Gigi's homeward bound has the lead by a length and a half. ZN now under left-handed pressure second. Idle Gossip's up the inside third. Shaman Princess stands side fourth. Inside the furlong marker, it's Mamba Gigi, who's clear by 3 lengths over ZN, Idle Gossip, and Shaman Princess. Mamba Gigi, your winner. ZN second, Shaman Princess third, close for 4. $13 to Winnie Mutual, double $21, exacta $38, 50-cent try, $36.37. Dime Super, $23.10. And they're off. Step Tardy, but now impound. Last Drink the Gray accelerates out for the front end. Seventh Race Shake is in second now, but now and found from last up into second, but had to use some energy there. English Storm is widest up the back stretch. Johnson Charge in between horses, only 2 lengths off the lead, and then 3.5 lengths to the trailer, Just a Guy, as they get ready to take on the turn. Last Drink has a lead by a length and a half. Seventh Race Shakes in second, but now and found towards the inside in third. Fourth, English Storm 3 wide. 2 lengths back to Johnson Charge second last, and 6 lengths to Just a Guy, who trails the field as they reach the quarter pole. Last Drink's in charge. Seventh Race Shake, white blinkers in second. English Storm goes wide, and then it's But Now and Found. Johnson Charge in second last as they turn into the stretch. Last Drink on top. The lead's 4 lengths over Seventh Race Shake, who's fully extended in second. And then in third, that is English Storm, 16th to go. Last Drink leads by 2 lengths over Seventh Race Shake. It's Last Drink, Seventh Race Shake. Last Drink holds by a neck over Seventh Race Shake. Then it was dollars. Trifecta, $55.75. Dime Super, $26.25. Regular pick 3, 267, $46.12. Consolation on the gate. And they're off. Probably Flattery and Montauk Surf. These two rush out for the lead. Billy at the gate in a good spot right behind the dueling leaders in third. Then a gap of 4 lengths. Back to 10-run rule up the inside in 4. Snowstorm half length behind him in 5th, and a length to My Kind of Crazy, who is 6th and trailing. Up the backstretch they travel. Montauk Surf and Probably Flattery. They're clear by a length and a half, and Billy and the Gate is poised to go outside in third. 10-run rule, Snowstorm 4th and 5th, and My Kind of Crazy is deep on the course of the tail of the field and 5 lengths off the lead. 3 furlongs to go, and it's Montauk Surf who gets the better of Probably Flattery at this point in time. Billy at the Gate contending outside in third as Probably Flattery comes back for more along the inside. And then in fourth, that is My Kind of Crazy, but spun out wide. Snowstorm's in second last as they turn into the stretch. Montauk Surf making it tight there for Probably Flattery, and these two are nip and tuck with 1 furlong to go. Billy at the Gates outside in third, 2 lengths off the lead. 16th to go. Montauk Surf, Probably Flattery, stubborn along the inside. Montauk Surf, Probably Flattery, Billy at the Gate. It's Montauk Surf in front. Probably Flattery second. Then it was Billy at the Gate. Many lengths back to 10-run rule. 7-1, $78.25. Consolation pick 3, 6-5 and 1, $10.50. And the pick 5 of they're all in the gate, and they're off. A little bit of a stumble to start. Night Missio, who's last. Henry's Hope rushes out for the lead. Going to be possible. The Grays in second. Divine Peace tracks in third. Hannah Ward towards the inside in fourth. Racer X in fifth. 6.5, 7 lengths off the lead. Night Missio plays catch up on the outside and is out of last. And Salty Ryan is deep on the course at the tail of the field. Henry's Hope and Going to be possible first and second. Divine Peace in a stalking position in third. 2 lengths off the lead. A space of 4 lengths back to Hannah Ward towards the inside fourth. Racer X in fifth. Night Missio's is in second last, and Salty Ryan is at the back of the pack, but is saving ground and is out of last. Salty Ryan still about 8 lengths off the lead as they turn into the stretch. Divine Peace has had the run of the race so far, and Divine Peace goes from third up into the lead. Henry's Hope relegated back to second. Going to be possible in third. Then it's Salty Ryan and Hannah War as they run to the 16th pole. It's Divine Peace who opens up. Divine Peace wins this race nicely. Divine Peace by at least 5 in the end. Henry's Hope second, Hannah Ward third, Salty Ryan gets fourth. Double, $38. Consolation double, 1 and 2 as the 2 is a late scratch in the 6th race. $660 exacta, $25.40 from the gate. And they're off. Special Pal, Small Pebbles, and Bad Connection. These 3 all go out for the early lead. Camus is off the pace today in 4th. Length back to Troubled Luck in 5th, and Hypnocurrency at the back of the pack, and about 8 lengths off the lead. Still 3 horses pressing the pace. It's Special Pal in between horses. Small Pebbles on the 3 wide side, and Bad Connection got shuffled in third. Camus outside of her in fourth, and 3 lengths back to Troubled Luck, who's a length and a half in front of Hypnocurrency, who's at the back of the pack. 2.5 furlongs to go. Special Pal and Small Pebbles, these two continue to duel for the top spot. Camus outside in third. Pink blinkers as it's bad connection towards the inside fourth as they got 3/16 left to travel. Special Pal to the inside of Small Pebbles. These two are clear by 5 lengths over Camus. 1/16 of a mile left to travel, and Special Pal shrugs off Small Pebbles at the 16th pole. It's Special Pal. Give Harkey 2 ends in the card. Special Pal victorious over Small Pebbles. Hypnocurrency Special Pal doubled 31.40. Exacta $52. Trifecta $47.37. Dime Super $22.80. Saratoga Weekend going out for the lead as everyone else also going out for the front end. Mount Morris and Destina Robin are on the outside. Forest Manager is in between horses. Forest Manager gets that lead over Mount Morris in second. Destina Robin, the gray on the outside in third. Saratoga Weekend towards the inside fourth, and a gap of 5 lengths to the Saxon Story, who's at the back of the pack. 3 abreast as they go into the turn. Forest Manager, Mount Morris, and Destina Robin across the track, first, second, and third. The big favorite Saratoga Weekend behind the speed in fourth, 3 lengths off the lead. A gap of about 7 lengths to the Saxon Story, who trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. Mount Morris, Forest Manager, first and second. Saratoga Weekend charges up to the outside in third. Destina Robin shuffled fourth. The Saxon Story trails the field, and Saratoga Weekend swoops to the front. Saratoga Weekend with 3/16 to go opens up by 3 over Mount Morris in second. And then it's Forest Manager in third. The Saxon Story rounding the lead, but no threat to the leader, and that leader is Saratoga Weekend. Saratoga Weekend draws clear late to win this race by about 7 or 8. Second, Mount Morris close for third. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. It's a Wednesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 8 races scheduled. 61 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. In the first race, we do have a couple late scratches of number 1, Bench Walk, and number 5, Cape Cod Gem. Bench Walk, Cape Cod Gem, 1 and 5, scratch from the first, no show, no try, no superfecta wagering on the opener. Race 2, scratch number 3, King Solomon. Number 3, King Solomon, a scratch. Race number 3, number 1, Island Ride, 1 over. Number 6, Carol Said No, 1 over. Fourth race. Scratch number 11, a horse named Five Destinations. Number 11, Five Destinations, a scratch in the fourth. Fifth race. There are no changes. Race 6. Jockey change on number 1, Sway the Jury. Luis Perez. Luis Perez on number 1, Sway the Jury. Seventh race. There are no changes and no changes in the 8th and final. Reminder that New York Derby Day is next Monday, July 14th. $150,000 New York Derby featuring the Empire State's top 3-year-olds. Got the New York Oaks and Leon Reed Memorial Stakes on the card as well. Bet and get promotion that day. Simply wager $10 to win, place, or show on any Finger Lakes race to receive your $10 back in gaming free play. And there'll be some great dining deals just for you. $1 hot dogs, sodas, and $3 drafts all afternoon long. New York Derby Day, Monday, July 14th. Got about 59 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave is next. Have fun and good luck.
Welcome everybody to this Wednesday card at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. It's been an interesting week of racing this week. We're going to conclude it with this card. Remember, 1:15 post today. We're going to keep the 1 o'clock posts on Monday and Tuesday, but Wednesdays only. We run Monday through Wednesday. Wednesdays only. We're going to go with 1:15. So that's why you're seeing me a little bit later today. Actually, just going to have a little extra time, it looks like, to do this Wednesday card. Well, we could look at it in depth then. Hopefully the weather's a little nicer today. Like the rain has been coming and going. Yes, last couple of days it hits hard and then it's gone, and then it was nice out last night. So who knows what we'll get today. A little bit cloudy, but I think the rain's supposed to hold off. We'll see how the track plays. Well, we've had a different track the first 2 days of the week. Monday, we had that strong inside speed bias. It was more of a strong inside bias. The speed horses were getting to the rail. Yesterday was a true across speed bias that the front speed had the advantage. But either way, front speed types have done good for different reasons on the Monday and Tuesday card. We'll see if that trend continues, or we'll have a more even racetrack. And you kind of want to watch how it's playing and handicap accordingly, especially for the later races. We do have a big day coming up on Monday. That'll be our next racing day. New York Derby Day. We got 3 stakes races, not just the New York Derby. You also got the New York Oaks. That's for the 3-year-old New York bred fillies. And then the older New York bred males sprinters will run. And what a good race that turned out to be. The Leon Reed Memorial Stakes, that's named after a former employee that worked at the gate here at Finger Lakes. Yeah, I wanted to mention, Jack and Bernie is going to make his first stakes appearance this year. Remember, he ran in that allowance race earlier in the year, but he's going to have some company in there. It looks like a good race. You got Rotney, who's won a stake here. Looms Bowley will return. The other breed trainee, Ladies Golden Guy, got Tacony Road. All those horses are going to be entered in the Leon Reed. I do want to mention Deborah Breed, who has Jack and Bernie, also Ladies Golden Guy, has won the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes a total of 6 times. This will be the 7th time, getting ahead of myself. 6 times. 3 of them, if you remember, some of our old timers here at Finger Lakes remember, Breaking the Fever. What a good one that was for the Breed barn. But Jack and Bernie and Ladies Golden Guy will be representing that barn. Of course, in the New York Derby, you got Irad Ortiz listed to come here. Irad Ortiz will be aboard the favorite Train the Trainer. Trainer being Rob Atras. Hope I say his name right. That's the Trainer was the Mike Lee Stakes winner. That used to be still is, I guess, is the first leg of the Big Apple Triple, we used to call it. Remember Tin Cup Chalice won the Big Apple Triple, won the Derby, had won the Mike Lee Stakes, then the New York Derby, and then the Albany Stakes was, I know it used to be a handicap, but it was in Saratoga. Of course, the Mike Lee this year was in Saratoga as well. But Train the Trainer won that race. He'll try to make it 2 in a row of the Big Apple Triple. Nobody's swept all 3 other than the great Tin Cup Chalice, who's buried on our infield. You also got the New York Oaks. Not just Irad Ortiz, a couple New York riders are going to be here. Kendrick Carmouche will be in the New York Oaks. I think Manny Franco's got mounts in both. So it should be a good day. We also got the $1 hot dogs, $1 fountain drinks, and $3 drafts. Don't drink anymore, so I don't know if that's a good deal. I'm pretty sure it is. I mean, nowadays the price of everything's high. $3 draft sounds pretty good. Might as well take advantage of those deals here at Finger Lakes and enjoy some horse racing. I mentioned yesterday, speed favoring. It seemed to get a little quicker as the day went on. Unless you're, who's it, Leandro Barbin and who's a Beto. They both their horses. It didn't matter with the bias. Both those horses won pretty easily. But other than that, remember, inside, make your notes. Rail bias on Monday. True across speed favoring track yesterday. Okay, let's look at today's card. First race, we are going to go below the bottom, below the C. 4,000 claimer. Non-winners of a race since a date. No try, no super, no show wagering. We do scratch the 5, Cape Cod Gem, who if I was thinking the track would be like yesterday, Cape Cod Gem would be a good play in here. That one scratched. Also, Benchwalk. Man, Benchwalk disappointed me last time, stretching out. That one scratched as well. Well, you look at yesterday. I'm not sure how this is going to play. I don't want to just try to pick front speed every race. I am going to handicap for a fair track, but maybe lean towards some speed horses. It does look like the front speed comes from the 6. Return the Ring with a scratch of Cape Cod Gem. This horse has flashed some speed in New York. Should flash some speed here. Has the apprentice allowance in here. Just got to get to the front. Nobody really can run with this horse. Gonna Be Dancing doesn't have the speed that he used to have. Smooth Tails just kind of inherited the lead last time. Return the Ring should get the lead in this race. This question, is he good enough? I mean, his last race isn't good. So you talk about a significant drop. This one dropping from an open 12-5 claimer, not just to the 5,000, to our rarely made $4,000 race. Should be tough. Could be any kind, though. I got to think he's going to be tough. The 4, Smooth Tails, ran a good race last time, although took advantage of the lack of pace in there. Kind of took the initiative and got the lead. Held on pretty well, though. I mean, Breaking Stones was obviously the best in there. That horse has been facing tougher throughout his career. Was just a better horse. But this horse ran well, doing something that he doesn't normally do, and that's on the front. Now, there wasn't much speed in there, so it was really smart tactics by the Murph and Michael Davila. And it almost paid off. Just got beat by a better horse. This is a type of race, if Return the Ring doesn't have it on the drop in class and doesn't really clear that easy, I would think Smooth Tails might be the other one. Max Foster probably wants an off track for his best running, although he seemed to be in better form. But his best race recently, he gave Flowing River a run for his money. But again, probably because of the off track. So I'm going to go with the 6 and 4 in the first. Okay, second race, we scratched the 3, King Solomon. Tricky race in a sense. I mean, it's a miles and a 70. Somebody's got to win this race. let's see, you got a change of hands at Giant Impact. Troy Smith has that one. Now Troy Smith has two of them in here. He's got a first-time gelding last vintage. Then the first time Troy Smith at Giant Impact. So he's got two of them. Both of them, you guys say, are probably contenders. You got a huge drop down in Unity Dreams, who shows absolutely nothing, but's got a very good trainer and probably the top apprentice rider in the country. But I don't know if that one can run or not, just based on the two races that he's had. They were both off the turf races, one in the slop, but a significant drop coming here. Not even really bred to go long. I mean, the dam was a sprinter, but it may not matter when you're facing these claimers. I mean, that one's got to be played. I guess the only one that shows really anything in here, maybe by default, the 6, Mano y Mano, can win the second race. One thing with Mano y Mano, he was facing some better $20,000 maiden claimers in New York, and then the $10,000 at Monmouth. I mean, those are better horses than what he'll face here. And the first star here was a short distance of 5.5, and Mischief Exposed beat the gate and speed popped the field, and that one just proved much the best. It didn't come back to him. So all of them are trying to close ground late. Nobody really getting in the race. I mean, when that horse just opened up a lead and didn't come back, everybody just kind of playing around with each other trying to close. They weren't going to catch the leader. So to me, that short distance of 5.5 was probably too short for this horse anyway. Draw a line through it. Now stretches out. One of the mile races that this horse had at Aqueduct was his best, one of his better races, I should say, that he doesn't have much to beat in here. I guess it's just that simple, unless Unity Dreams is something. I mean, Unity Dreams is the wild card here. Broke in the air in his first start in a sprint, so you could give him an excuse there. Last race, well, was in the slop, so you could make some excuses for him. I mean, maybe he's just not competitive. Melanie Giddings is a sharp trainer, so she knows where to put him. That probably the horse just didn't run well if she's coming here for 5,000. Again, sprinter on the dam side. It's the first full of that dam, and that dam was a 10-time winner, good sprinter. But I don't know. If the horse can run a little bit, probably can beat these. I guess is how the nice way to say it. And I'm going to use them. I got them second. I would use both of them. The other one would probably be one of Troy Smith's horses, the one, Giant Impact. Was in the Ferraro barn running against maiden special weights. Couldn't compete. I mean, he was competitive against the 2-year-olds, but when you become 3, and then you run against the restricted 3s and then the 3 and ups, those maiden special weights get a lot tougher. So dropped to the 11 and 9, still not competitive. Dropped to 5 last time and was competitive. Had the apprentice allowance. Now the thing was with that race, though, I mean, HB Plaisance did come back and ran pretty well. I mean, horse came back and won for the Niz. So the race isn't bad, but Waiting for AI finished ahead of him. And, of course, Waiting for AI had that horrible stumbled start last time, so maybe that's another one to consider. I just don't know if Giant Impact wants to win. I mean, it's just, he made a nice move last time, had the weight off. Maybe. I mean, this is one of those races where there's nobody really in here. And this one's last race might be good enough to put him in the winner's circle, at least put him in the top 3 when you got question marks to the other 2. But I'm going with the 6, 4, and 1 for my top 3 in race number 2. Wouldn't love any of them. Okay, third race, an 11 and 9 claimer going 5.5. Never won 3 condition. Again, we start the pick 4 with this race. Sky Travel's looking for 3 in a row, and she's dropping off of a win. Maybe not the most positive sign, seeing she's coming off a layoff since May. That's a terrible sign, but she might still be good enough to beat the 11 and 9s. If she could beat allowance horses, if you could beat 2 lifetime allowance horses, you could beat 3 lifetime 11-9. It's probably an easier spot. But she's got to be the same horse that she was. I mean, she's the speed of the speed here, so you got to think if the tracks like the other day, she could get the front Clear Island Ride and Light Thoughts and just keep going. She looks like the best anyway, but again, that's a little concerning when you're dropping and coming off a 2-month layoff. Thought the main threats were going to be Awesome Roberto and the New York Invader. Carroll said no. Now, Awesome Roberta, I think you can forgive the last effort, draw a line through it. Broke in the air, it did, and was just never in it against two next out winners, Diesel Rock and Mommy Joe Dreams. So the race is good. This horse never really was competitive in there. So you kind of look at it like, draw a line through that race. This horse was running against tougher when she was running in New York and running, and where she won against restricted 3-year-olds against the 15. So you would think running against 3-year-old 15s that she could run a conditional 11-9 here, it'd do pretty well. Again, just forgive the last race. She broke in the air and it was a better field. I mean, it was a key race in a sense. So I'll use Awesome Roberta, use her second. I think she's very live in here if she gets out of the gate better. Yeah, the 6 Carroll said no. Interesting horse. She's been facing a little bit richer. I mean, the 17.5s in New York. She lost to Awesome Roberto, so she probably shouldn't be lower odds than Awesome Roberto. But she finished 4th in her last race, which isn't bad in the slop. She's out of a stakes place mare, so there's some pretty decent breeding for this horse as well. Not much for early speed. I mean, she's flashed some speed in the past, not the last couple starts. One of those starts was a mile. So she'll be trying to stalk the pace to try to get after Sky Travel Late. And she does have enough class to be competitive in here. But, Awesome Roberto beat her by a couple lengths when they faced in New York. And, no real excuses for either. So you got to think that Awesome Roberta ran the better race and might be the slightly better horse, even though she's higher odds. So that's where the value is on that one. So I'll go with the 2, 3, and 6 in the third. Okay, 4th race, a 5,000 claimer, never won 3 condition, going 6 furlongs. We'll start the late pick 5. Remember, the early one starts in the first. That's the mandatory payout, which means pays 4 out of 5 or 3 out of 5 if not hit. The late one, well, will carry over if nobody hits it. Scratch the 11, 5 destinations. I really like this horse at the tracks like yesterday, but 5 Aces appears to be the inside speed of the race. I guess it is a question if he's good enough going 6 furlongs. I don't really see anybody as fast as him early. John's protege, and it won't be that far back. I mean, U Butte's the other one that has speed, but U Butte is all the way on from a 10 post. That one gets a little bit of break and a good work in him, but he's going to be the one to put the pressure on 5 Aces. 5 Aces is tough if he makes the lead and he's able to control the pace here. Should be able to. And if inside speed's good like Monday or speed is good like it was yesterday, 5 Aces should be awfully tough. And that's a good price on this horse. Not even taking the pace scenario into consideration. This horse is dropping in class from an 11-9 in his second start of the year, and he's 6-1 morning line. I don't think you're going to get 6-1, but maybe that'll be a really nice price. John's protege, the favorite here. It should be the favorite, at least one of the favorites. I have a feeling 5 Aces is going to take some play, but John's protege, does he want to win? Got more seconds than wins. Couple seconds in a row, and maybe just getting beat by better horses and pace scenarios. You look at the horse that beat him on May 14th. That one's not bad. As I think a Hall of Fame owner, Big Rich isn't a bad horse at all either. Last time he plays, again, his numbers are good over the last couple of races. Just a couple of horses that run some good times ahead of him. So it is a question of does he want to pass that. Like I say, won't be that far behind 5 Aces, who figures to be the main speed other than U Butte. And U Butte may try to get after him. But he's far out there. U Tomorrow's another one to consider. It's like, what do you do with this horse? He did okay sprinting. He actually has won at this distance. I know he's bred really well for the route out of a Dam by AP Indy, but it is only his first start of the year. Does have the weight off, but he is eligible to come back for a waiver claim. You got to think maybe the freshing did him good, and in for 5,000, for a very good trainer, I don't know, this one could be any kind. Better than these horses, but again, off of the layoff. Gotta at least consider them. The 2 Four Eyes dropped and popped last time, and that was a good field. I mean, there were a lot of drop downs entered in there. You always know that 7 Race Shake's going to get second. Go Get the Bag for Donna Brett actually ran huge as the inside speed. Turned out to be the inside speed anyway. So Four Eyes ran a good race against a well-graded field. I thought it was one of the better 5,002 lifetimes you'd see. And again, he dropped to win that race. It's not like he was running for 5,000 and just got a trip or something. He was facing tougher, so you really can't gauge how good he actually is by that win. He might have just been much the best and could win again. So, and he was drawing away a little bit at the end. So Four Eyes is another one to consider, especially staying at the bottom level. So I'm going to go with the 3, 7, 5, and 2. And there's a few of them you could consider. I know I always pick Interchanger, but he just hasn't gotten the track and the pace that he's needed. Not sure if he's going to get the pace again today either. Same thing with Indy Cowboy, who draws the rail. Good competitive race. I just thought that the 3 would have that tactical advantage. Okay, 5th race, a never 1-2 condition for fillies and mares. Goes 5.5 furlongs. Same thing here. It does look like Coopright is the main speed of race number 5. The track's like yesterday, really tough to go against. Ran second last time. I actually thought he ran a big race last time, considered he wasn't the speed because there was a horse quicker than him in there, and he was forced to chase. Normally this horse stops before he came here. I mean, you look at the maiden claimers that he was running in New York, he got the lead and stopped. Came here, caught a field that she was supposed to beat against the 5,000. She got the lead and never looked back. Well, last time, the problem was Light Thoughts is in there, and she's not the speed, and she's, she usually think a horse that stops is going to chase and quit, and she didn't. She ran very well just to keep on, to try to chase after the winner, and ran a good second. Today, back to the front. I think that was a Metallica song. Many of you are not familiar with that. But Coopright, probably the speed here. She might be tough to catch. I think Pan Man might be familiar with the Metallica songs. To ask him. All right, for second, I went a little bit of a price. I like the jockey change on the 6 Florilotes. Goes to leading rider from the last couple years, Caber Coa. I think Andre Worry's on top of the standings as we speak. I know Joel Cruz is up there as well. I mean, Joel Cruz having a phenomenal season. Of course, Coa's had good years the last couple seasons. He'll probably get going, but Florilotes hasn't been that badly beaten by these horses. I mean, you had Coopright, La Decente, who are both in this race. She was trying to close in that race. I think Caber will have this horse closer to Coopright because just sense of the fact that there's no other speed other than Coopright. Coopright's probably going to control the pace here. Florilotes will try to chase that one down. Artemis Girl's going to be against it. She's 5-2 morning line, and she ran huge in her first start off the left. Considering that she'd been off since November, she put in a nice late run. She's normally a more of a distance horse, so that was a really big effort that she put the pressure on the winner. She was flying late. Problem here is for Artemis Girl is there's just no pace to close on. So she might be just passing some tiring horses at the end. She's got to have Coopright really back up to her and others if she's going to win race number 5. But I'm going to go with the 5, 6, and 1. It's just a matter of pace. Pace makes the race. Coopright's the main speed. Looks like the only speed. And that's a big factor. 6th race. 5,000 claimer going 5.5. Never 1-2 condition. Not a lot of speed in here either. You got Papa Paula P, who I think is the speed, and then Go Get the Bag and Resistance Feudal, who ran together near the front last time, but I thought Papa Paulie P. Say that 5 times fast. I can't even say it once, so it might be a little difficult. I did go with Frankie R off the maiden win. I mean, I know he he dropped and just won a 5,000 maiden. But boy, did he. I mean, he absolutely dominated that field. Keep in mind, Mischief Exposed, the horse that was third, came back to win, and I just mentioned that horse, came back to win convincingly. One with Everything also came back to win. I think he actually stepped up. So it does turn out to be a key race behind him. Handicapping 101 says he's the horse to beat when you dominate the maidens and they both come back to win. But of course, it's always tougher for the winner of those key races because he's the one that's got to step up to the next condition while the other one's running in the same condition. So, but it does make him look better. The time was good for the day, and he did dominate that field. He's the horse to beat. Again, Papa Paula Pete. I am not going to be able to say this horse's name. Let's say the 6th horse. He's probably from Jersey Shore or something. Ran a good second place finish last time in the slop. As the speed, he was able to slow it down. I mean, no real excuse in a sense because he did go 47. The race before, he faded a little worse. So it is a question of him sustaining that speed. You know, if they ran Monday, you got the lead and went to the rail, it didn't matter. This horse would win. I mean, that's that simple if he could get the rail. So he will have that advantage of being the speed in here. Speed of the speed, I should say, because, yeah, Resistance Feudal has a little speed, so does Go Get the Bag, but they don't have the speed Papa Polly P has. I think I said it right that time. I'm going to use him second. Another horse that won't be that far back is the 8, Not Today Governor. I think you have to forgive the last effort on the off track last time. I mean, he didn't fire at all. Kind of chased a little bit, got in a chase mode, and faded, and never really in it. But if you draw a line through the last race for Not Today Governor, he hasn't run a bad race. Broke his maiden convincingly for 5, going 4.5. Came back and ran 2 straight third place finishes in this condition. So he's 10-1 in here, and I think he's got a shot. They're switching back to Sophia, and you know the outside post hasn't been great, but he's got enough tactical speed to be close with Papa Polly P. You know, the more times I say it, I think I'm getting better at saying it. I'll use him third. For 4th, I'll go Sway the Jury. Hasn't really fired yet for the new connections, but he's also, I mean, he was way over his head against allowance horses. He had no shot in there. Thought the Monomoy Beach race he might be competitive, but he didn't really make a move in there either. So, find him today at the bottom, and maybe the class relief could wake this one back up. I'll throw a bid there for 4th, because I don't know what to expect from Sway the Jury. But I'm going to go with the 5, 6, 8, and 1. Why not? All right, moving right along. I'm going to be done quick today. I mean, we're done probably because we have the later post time. Remember, 1:15 today, so you have a little time to regroup, look at your program yourself, draw a line through my picks, make your own, whatever you want to do. Got to enjoy the Wednesday card. Probably play your pick 5s. Pick 5s are the best play. Remember, you got the 1 in the first, and then you have the pick 5 starting in race number 4. Throw down. I thought they paid pretty well yesterday. You always get that one oddball horse that was tough to come up with. I think the Niz blew it up on Monday, so you had that 20-1 shot win. Yesterday you had to lean towards speed and catch a couple prices in there. Nobody really out of whack. I think the Niz won again, but they bet him a little bit. I guess if you figure the other speed not to get out and the Niz to get the lead in there, I had to use them. Paid okay for what came in, I thought. Starter is the 8th, or is the 7th. I mean, it is a 8,000 optional tag. Nobody's in for the tag, so they're all in for the starter condition anyway, starting for a claiming price of 5,000 or less in the last couple years. It's good. I mean, again, inside speed, leaning that way with the 1. I know you ain't talking to me, who figures to be the inside speed. Saloon Girl would be the pressing speed. on the outside. If I don't know if she's as quick early or she wants to be asked that much early to try to go with. I know you ain't talking to me. I think Capital Gal's got some speed too in routes if she wants to use it. But the speed from the rail, stretching out of the sprints is, I know you ain't talking to me. And she's run good, a couple second place finishes behind Kaz Music, who has so far dominated the starter allowance sprint condition. At least you get to avoid Kaz Music by stretching out. But this time Kaz Music will be starting to, they got to weigh that horse down to 130 pounds, keeps winning that condition. But, I mean, what can you say? Murph's done a great job with Kaz Music. I think I got to finally pick the horse next time. I don't know. She just keeps winning. So to run second to a horse that's sharp, like Kaz Music, you got to be running pretty well. She's a speed here. She's just as good going long, especially when she's able to get out there. And it's not like she's going to be rating in 25 and 52 or whatever you want to think she's going to do. She's just going to get out there, probably 48 and change 49, and try to take these horses gate to wire. She's done it before. She's got 2 wins at this specific distance. Gringotts is an interesting one. You got 2 in here for Nurka Huertas. Saloon Girl. You'd like Saloon Girl if I know you ain't talking to me's not in the race. I probably would have picked that one on top. No, I didn't even pick her because she's going to have a little bit of an outside trip today. Gringotts, I thought, ran extremely well against Claimers, but caught the Shoe Lady. The Shoe Lady, man, the Shoe Lady looked good. I think the second start over the track for the Shoe Lady was a better race. I was actually very surprised how easily that horse won. Well, Camus took advantage of a lack of pace and a speed track that beat her the race before. Yeah, Camus is the one that didn't get out yesterday, which kind of helped the speed horse win that race, but I think the Niz ended up winning that race. Camus didn't break all that sharp yesterday. But she did that day, and she ended up going gate to wire. So Gringotts has run 2 good sprints in a row. Kind of tricky to know what she's going to do in this particular route. She is a perfect 1-for-1 at the distance. She's got some good route breeding, and she's got a nice post. You know, I know you ain't talking to me, he's going to the lead. So Gringotts is going to have an inside trip. She's going to have the rail if she wants it. So that might be a good trip for her in this race. The tricky read is the 4 Capital Gal. Capital Gal has had only 1 race in a year, since July of last year, and that was in November. It was against My Bronx Baby, a good field, but the race before she was here against allowance horses and didn't beat a horse. The other time she was here, she won against Darn That Song in a 1 state bred. So I don't know what to expect from Capital Gal coming back here off the layoff. I guess she's in a little bit easier after running than she was the last time she was here against those tougher 2 state breds, but she didn't do anything against those tougher 2 state breds last year. So what do you expect from Capital Gal? On her best, she wins. If she runs the race that she ran last time she was here at Finger Lakes, she doesn't. I'm going to use her third. Probably a first or last, but I got her third. Have to mention her because she's got a big chance. So I'll go with a 1-2-4. I thought Saloon Girl also has a chance if she can get a trip from that particular post. But again, I know you ain't talking to me inside of her, so she's not going to get the lead. All right, 8th race. 8th race is a 11-9 claimer for fillies and mares. Non-winners of a race since the date, or have never won 4 races. Yeah, I mean, you got the 2 conditions. You got, actually 3, because the 3-year-olds too. The never won 4, usually you would think, isn't as strong as the non-winners of a race since the date. Although I've seen a bunch of 3-time winners win this since they combined the conditions. Now, there's only 2 3-time winners in here. Poseidon's Mist and Who Asked You? And guess who I got 1 too, going against what I had just said. That the other part is usually tougher. Usually. Not always. Poseidon's Mist has run against a little higher class horses. I know they're conditional, they're lifetime, they're conditional. But she did win last time. It's not like she's finishing fourth, fifth, or sixth against those horses. She's beating them and now moves to the next logical spot. And I thought this was a logical spot for her off of the win. She had a couple thirds in a row before finally getting the right kind of field and the right kind of trip. Now she's got the rail, so she should get a good trip in there. She's got tactical speed, so she could go out there with Who Asked You if she decides to in easy play. I mean, you got two speeds in easy play and Who Asked You. It could be an interesting chess match here with all the speed being on the inside. None of them have to have the lead. All three of them, none of them need the lead. So they're all kind of tactical speed. I would think Who Asked You would be the more of the, I need to try for the lead type horse. But Poseidon's Miss is run against a little bit better. I'm going to lean towards her as my top choice. Remember, Who Asked You? She's run well. Second start of the year. You would think that she'd run better than what she did last time. Yeah, they went quick. I mean, Tequila was the one who took advantage, came right up the inside, and ended up winning that race as the pace collapsed in the last stages. And Who Asked You wasn't even near that lead. So she should be out there with the speed, with easy play, who was with the speed that day. Easy play's got to be considered after a couple second place finishes. I mean, she's chasing paces. She's with the pace. She hasn't had a clear lead. I don't think she'll get a clear lead again today. So I would just use her in the top three again, running in the same condition. And since dropping to the 11-9, she's been second both times. So she's a player in here. I did mix them up there or get Bayou Melody in there. Her last race is just too bad to believe it. And I think the wide trip caught up with her. Unfortunately, she's outside today, but it may work out for her because she got three quicker horses on the inside. Maybe she could get out there and get position early, and maybe she could sit off of that duel and make a late run. But she's not really that type to sit way back and make a run. She's more of a stalker type to sit right near the speed, make her move. But she still might work out a trip from there. You got to forgive the last race. It's her third start off the layoff. She's not the same horse winning like she was last year, but maybe it's about time for her to get going in this third start of the year. And running in the 11-9, at least she's not dropping down to 5,000. I think that's a good sign. And these connections, man, they have done very well, especially with this owner, Windy Leaf Farm. You know, John Buckley, Kevin Navarro, they've won a lot of races this year, and this one has to be considered. The other one, you know, I mentioned easy play. The other one would be Saratoga Kisses, but she's off a layoff since September. She's dropping. She was running against tough allowance horses. Yeah, I mean, now in for a tag. I mean, the last time she was here, she didn't hit the board. The time before, she made a visit here, and she won. So, again, how much is this layoff going to be an issue for Saratoga Kisses? I'd like to give her a race. The works are kind of good. Beth Miller Saw's not bad off the layoff either. So, another one that you got to consider. I just don't always like horses off that kind of layoff. It's not a December layoff. It's a layoff since September. That's quite some time away from the races. 1372 in the last. So everybody enjoyed today's card. Got 8 of them today. Get involved in those pick 5s. Of course, we're open for simulcast wagering the next few days. So if you want to come over and see me on the weekend. Monday will be our next live day. Monday we got the 1 o'clock post. We got New York Derby Day. But not just the New York Derby. We got 3 stakes races total. The Leon Reed Memorial featuring Jack and Bernie. Got the New York Oaks. That's the 3-year-old New York bred fillies. Now we've been running that on the same day as the New York Derby. Of course, the New York Derby got some big names there. Irad Ortiz is going to join us for that $150,000 stakes race. Should be a great day. You also got a couple of the claiming series races as well on that 9-race card. 1 o'clock will be the first post, and that'll be our next live day. I'll see you then.
Coming on the track for the first race from Finger Lakes. No show, no try, no superfecta wagering. Scratch the 1 and 5. Number 2, Max Foster and Kevin Navarro. Number 3, gonna be Densing and him and Harkey. Number 4, Smooth Tails, Michael Davila Jr. And number 6, Return the Ring, and Frank Villalobos Gonzalez is the jockey. Post time in about 4 minutes or so. Track is fast. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the gate here at Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate. First race here at Finger Lakes. Track is fast, overcast conditions here in the Finger Lakes region. Field of 4 after scratches, 5.5 furlongs the distance. 4 to 5, number 6, Return the Ring. 2 to 1, Max Foster. 9 to 5 now on Max Foster. 2 to 1 on Smooth Tails. Smooth Tails and Return the Ring, the last two to come forward. And they're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. They've broken a perfect line. Return the Ring from an outside post, sending out for the lead. Max Foster towards the inside in second, and then it's going to be dancing in between horses as well as Smooth Tails. The whole field, you can throw a beach blanket over them. Half length from front to last. Max Foster has the lead with a half mile to go. Going to be dancing. Return the Ring with a 4-wide bid. Smooth Tails is going to be in some tight quarters. Shuffle back to the tail of the field and 2 lengths off the lead. Return the Ring and Max Foster battling for the top spot with less than 3 furlongs to go. They're clear by 3 lengths over Gonna Be Dancing is to the inside of Smooth Tails. 2 by 2 as they arrive at the quarter pole. Return the Ring tries to shake clear of Max Foster as they turn into the stretch. Many lengths back to the other two. Gonna Be Dancing to the inside of Smooth Tails as they run down to mid-stretch. Max Foster's not giving up along the inside. Return the Ring shaking up outside second. Now a length and a half off the lead of Max Foster. Max Foster's 16th to go. Has the lead by 2 lengths over Return the Ring. Max Foster in the opener. Return the Ring second. Smooth Tails third. winner's circle, number 2, Max Foster. New York bred, 5-year-old Duck Brown Gunny by Palace Malice out of AP Zapper. David Oyola, owner-trainer. Kevin Navarro, the winning jockey. Lori Collinsworth and Coy Mark Collinsworth, bred Max Foster. It's official, $4.10 the winning mutual. Exacta 1440. Second race, Finger Lakes, scratch number 3, King Solomon. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time in 22 minutes at 1:45.
Okay, we're in the paddock for race number 2, and yeah, Max Foster, a good job by Kevin Navarro, was able to hold the inside and actually become the inside speed. His return the ring was unable to really make the front end and clear, and that was the difference. I mean, Kevin rode a good race, and it wasn't like the horse went that slow either, but 22 and 45, and Max Foster able to flash enough speed today, more speed than I've seen from that horse, to get the victory. Kevin Navarro for David Iola. David's horses are running pretty good. Okay, second race is a bottom maiden claimer. Goes a difference of mile 70. We scratched the 3, King Solomon. The 4-horse, Unity Dreams, getting some play at 7-5. Why not drop it in class? But horses show nothing in the couple starts. So that one is the real wild card in here. I did lean towards the 6, Mono e Mono, coming out of the race won by Mischief Exposed. Mischief Exposed shot out there like a rocket to the front and didn't look back. Everybody else was trying to make up the ground, and Mono Mono at 5.5 wasn't able to do so. Nobody was in there, but relative to the other horses in the race, this horse wasn't that far behind the second place horse, and didn't run that badly considering it was the first race over the track. This is a pretty soft group here in race number 2 that this horse stretching out should be able to beat this field in a sense. I mean, it's well bred. I mean, he's by Munnings out of a dam by Tisnow. This Kentucky bred was running as $20,000 maiden claimers before arriving here. Again, the wild card is the 4, Unity Dreams. The dam was a sprinter. I mean, definitely sprint breeding on the dam side, but again, has shown absolutely nothing in 2 starts. Now, there's some excuses. Broke in the air, broke poorly in the first career start, didn't beat a horse. Then the last time was an off-the-turf race in the slop, so may not have liked the track that day. This is the first fall of the dam, was a 10-time winner. Again, was a good sprinter. May not matter if this horse has any kind of talent. With this kind of a drop in class, would be awfully tough in here. Troy Smith has a couple in here. Probably the stronger one would be the 1, Giant Impact, who ran 3rd with the apprentice weight last time, so would be no surprise in here off of the effort as this one draws the rail. It does change hands. Exacta Try Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 2. Again, we scratch the 3, King Solomon.
Coming on the track, race 2 from Finger Lakes, late overweight number 4, Unity Dreams. The rider's 1 pound over. Leading the post parade, number 1, Giant Impact, and Laird Bailey. Number 2, waiting for AI, Luis Pena. Number 4, Unity Dreams, and apprentice Chris Elliott. Number 5, Last Vintage. Him and Harkey aboard. And number 6, Mono e Mono. K-Burkoa, the riding assignments. Post time in approximately 4 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the gate for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 5 to go a mile and 70 yards. Six to 5 on number 4, Unity Dreams. Chris Elliott aboard. That one into line. Last Vintage. And Mano E Mano. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Having to check after the start, waiting for AI. Last Vintage and Unity Dreams. These two jet out for the lead, joined by Mano y Mano, who will be 3 wide around that first turn in third. Giant Impact saves all the ground in fourth, and then about 5 or 6 lengths to the trailer, waiting for AI. As they circle around that first turn, it's Last Vintage who's made the point, has the lead by a length and a half, too, over Mano y Mano, who stalks to the outside in second. Unity Dreams towards the inside in third, a gap of about 3 lengths back to Giant Impact, and then about 8 lengths to the trailer, waiting for AI. 5 furlongs to go. Last Vintage on top. The lead's 3 parts of a length. Mano y Mano pestering outside in second, and then it's Giant Impact 3 wide in third, 2 lengths off the lead. Unity Dreams covered up in fourth, and then about 10 lengths to the trailer, waiting for AI as they go on to the far turn. Last Vintage, Mano y Mano. They've been first and second for the last few furlongs. Giant Impact nudged along in third. Unity Dreams gets a cue to go after leaders in fourth, now up into third, saving ground as Unity Dreams in the yellow silks worn by Elliott up into second. It's Last Vintage on top. The lead's about a length as Unity Dreams has switched to the outside in second, and then it's Mano y Mano in third. Giant Impact one paced in fourth as they turn into the stretch. It's Last Vintage on top. The lead's a half length. Unity Dreams shaken up in second, and then in third, Mano y Mano, 1 furlong to go, and Unity Dreams takes over the lead. Unity Dreams drawing clear late at the 16th pole. It's Unity Dreams and apprentice Chris Elliott in front. Last Vintage second. Mano y Mano third, fourth, waiting for AI. Four, five, and a photo for third. Number 4, Unity Dreams first. Back to the winner's circle. Number 4, Unity Dreams. New York bred 3-year-old dark brown gelding by Unified out of Leah's Dream. Melody Giddings is the owner as well as the trainer. And apprentice Chris Elliott, the winning jockey. Cedar Meadow Incorporated bred Unity Dreams. 4562. Your unofficial order to finish. Now official, $6.70 the winning mutual. Double, $14.20. Exacta, $34.40. Trifecta, $16.75. Dime Super, $7.82. Third race from Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Pick 3 wagering. There's also Pick 4 that starts in race number 3. Post time in about 22 minutes at 2:16 p.m. Make your plans to be here at Finger Lakes on July 21st. That's a Monday for our first free handicapping challenge of the season. $2,500 will be up for grabs, in which the winner will take home $1,000 in cash. Top 3 finishers receive prize money. Challenge consists of Finger Lakes races 1 through 8, and you got to be a Lucky North Rewards member to participate. July 21st, our first free handicapping challenge of the season here at Finger Lakes.
All right, in the paddock for race number 3, and yeah, that Christopher Elliott's something else. He rode a perfect race there. Unity Dreams didn't know what to expect for Unity Dreams. Obviously, it was a huge drop in class. Well-timed ride by Christopher Elliott, and that one proved best for owner-trainer Melanie Giddings. So that one will start off pick 3. Third race, an 11-9 claimer, never won 3 condition for fillies and mares, going 5.5 furlongs. Yeah, you got a couple drop downs in this race. I mean, you talk about the 11-9 level. You get the 1, the 2, the 3, the 4, and the 6 technically is a drop down as well. The only one not drop is a horse coming up in class, and that's the 5, Light Thoughts, after Lone Speed Victory. I went with Sky Travel. I thought she was the speed of the speed. Now, there's other pace in here, obviously, but she shot out there, went pretty quick in Victory, going 5 furlongs in her last start back in May. Now, she's off to a little bit of a layoff since May, but she drops off the win. Not always a positive sign, but obviously if she could win that race, she should be able to win this race. Simple logic. So Sky Travel seems to be the horse to beat. She's at odds of 3-1 right now, though. The 3-horse Awesome Roberta, gotta forgive the last race, maybe draw a line through it, as she did break in the air and lost, really compromised by the start. Then you look at the top 2 finishers, they both came back to win. Deezer Rock is a real good one. I mean, that one came back and beat Unicorn Cake, who's also a really good one. So that turned out to be a well-graded race and will be a key race. It's just a matter of, can she win second start over the track? She's got to break better than what she did last time to beat this group, but she's going to be a little value. I think she might get a slightly overlooked in here because of the finish last time, but that had a lot to do with the competition she was up against and really compromised by that poor start. The 6, Carol Said No, is another one to consider. She did lose to Awesome Roberto when they faced each other back in April. That was in a $15,000 claimer, so she'll try to turn the tables on that one and others. She's actually favored over Awesome Roberto, actually the favorite in the race right now at odds of 5-2, so she'll have to improve. This is a $100,000 yearly, very well-bred horse. She's out of a stakes place mare, so the breeding's there and the talent's there. Little inconsistency, but she's coming off a 4th place finish in the slop against the 17.5s. Normally, I'd say this is a relatively big drop, but the thing is, they're all dropping in here, so it's almost like it's like an allowance race. So it ends up not being as much easier for Carol Said No. That's probably what she thought when she saw the condition book. So 5-2 is the price on her. She's a slight favorite in a race that you can make a case for a few of them. Should be a good race. You know, Island Ride's also dropping, and it's not like her form is that bad, and she draws the rail. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double pick 3 and the pick 4 starts in race number 3. You got 6 minutes to post.
On the track, race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1, Island Ride and Luis Perez. Number 2, Sky Travel, Andre Worry. Number 3, Awesome Roberta, Jeremias Flores in the irons. Next up, looks like number 5, Light Thoughts, Joel Cruz. Number 6, Carol Said No, and Hemin Harkey. And there's the 4 Rubies Mission and Michael Davila Jr. Post time in about 4 minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Fillies and mares going 5 1/2 furlongs. 9 to 5, number 2, Sky Travel. 5 to 2, number 6, Carol Said No. 3 to 1, number 4, Ruby's Mission, loading up for race number 3. Awesome Roberta in the red and yellow silks worn by Flores. Up in the line, Ruby's Mission. Light Thoughts. Carol Said No. They're all in the gates. And they're off. Another great start. It's Sky Travel who blitzes out for the lead. Island Ride towards the inside in second. Awesome Roberta races third. Light Thoughts on the far outside in fourth. 5 lengths off the lead. A length and a half back to Ruby's Mission, who's in second last. And a gap of 4 lengths to Carol Said No, who brings up the rear. Sky Travel leads this group into the turn. The lead's 3. Over Island Ride, who's in pursuit in second. Light Thoughts. White Blinkers outside in third and is on the move. Up into second is Light Thoughts. Ruby's Mission in fourth, 5 lengths off the lead. Awesome Roberta's under pressure second last, and Carol Said No is about 8 lengths off the lead. And that lead's being set by Sky Travel, but taken on by Light Thoughts on the outside. In third is Island Ride, followed up by Ruby's Mission in fourth. Carol Said No is out of last, but still 7 lengths off the lead. 1 furlong to go. Light Thoughts takes over the lead. Light Thoughts opens up over Sky Travel. Carol Said No with a belated rally on the outside. Then it's Island Ride, but it's Light Thoughts. Light Thoughts at 6 to 1. Carol Said No second. Head bobber for third. Ruby's Mission to the inside of Island Ride. Five, 6, and a photo for third. Number 5, Light Thoughts. First. Third, number 4, Ruby's Mission. Fourth, number 1, Island Rides. 5-6-4-1, 5.5 furlongs, 105.70. $14.20, the winning mutual. Third race official. Light Thoughts, 2 wins in a row. First off the claim for the new connections. New York bred, 3-year-old bay filly by City of Light out of Thoughtless. Nurka Huertas, owner trainer. Joel Cruz, the winning jockey. Barry Ostriger, bred Light Thoughts. Double $97.50, exacted $53, 50-cent try, $34.87, dime super, $16.75. Fourth race, Finger Lakes, scratch the 11, 5 destinations. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double. Late pick 5 wagering. Post time, race number 4 in 22 minutes at 2:47 p.m.
We're getting ready for race number 4. Go figure all those drop downs in there. It was a horse off the claim stepping back up in class. Light Thaws, a good job by Nurka Huertas. Man, that's how you're supposed to play the game. That one, talk about a horse that's much the best. And Joel Cruz did a good job too, as that horse was getting out a little bit early in that race. Got the horse straightened out and just cruised on by. Light Thoughts looking good in victory on the step up in class in race number 3. Fourth race, never won 3 claiming condition, goes the distance of 6 furlongs. We start the late pick 5 with this race. Good evenly matched race. I did lean towards the speed in here just because there isn't much for speed in the race. 5 Aces appears to be the main inside speed of the race, and this horse is 5-1. It was 6-1 morning line, 5-1 right now. Got pressed last time, was the first start off the layoff, and it was against the 11-9s. So get another chance here. And Kevin Navarro already won on the lead earlier, ran a great race. 5 Aces, you'd expect to do the same. Get this horse to the lead and hold the rail over U Butte. And U Butte's the only other speed in here, and that one's way out there. So I would think that 5 Aces, being the main speed, would have a big advantage. And isn't getting much for early play. A lot of the early play is on the 7 John's Protege. And the main issue with that is he's got more seconds than first. Nice work since the last race, though. And obviously he's knocking at the door as it is. He's got the numbers to win, but does he have that nose for the wire to pass that last horse? He's going to be stalking. He won't be that far behind 5 Aces early. And obviously a horse you got to use in the top 3. Got to have a lot of faith to take him at 6-5, though. Got to play him. I picked him second because that's where he seems to want to finish lately. The 5 You Tomorrow is a horse off the layoff. Obviously, he's got class edge on this field. Was running against allowance horses, was running competitively against allowance horses, both going short and long. He's able to come in for the waiver claim because he ran for 5,000 twice at the end of last year. Interesting thing about that is he caught off tracks in both of those races. Unfortunately, he was a beaten favorite in both of those $5,000 races, and that's the longer distance, which you'd expect him to be better going long. But his short races, he's got the same kind of numbers. He's just as good going short as long, but he's more at the mercy of the pace. So we'll see if he can close late in this one. He does have the advantage of weight with the apprentice rider aboard. The 2 horses, 4 Eyes, and this is another one that is tough to gauge how good this horse actually is. Was running against allowance horses, ran 4th behind 2 next out winners, going 4.5, and last time just dropped to the bottom and was much the best winner. And he was drawing away from that field. He was odds of 5-1. He didn't expect him to run as good as he did. And he moves to the next level, but he doesn't go up in class. He goes to the 3 lifetime. It did come up tough, but this horse could be better than 5,000. He did what he had to do when he dropped to the level, so he's worth another look today, and he's going to be more of a price. He's right now at odds of 9-1, mainly because John's Protege is taking so much early action. So that's some of the main contenders in a pretty competitive 4th race. Just thought 5 Aces might have a little bit of a tactical edge being the inside speed. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the pick 5 starts with this race.
Coming on the track, fourth race, Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1, Indy Cowboy, Luis Pena aboard. Number 2, horse named Four Eyes and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 3 is Five Aces, Kevin Navarro. Number 5 is Utamaro and Alexa Marie Cintron. Number 6, With No Name and Christian Navarro. Number 7 is John's protege, Andre Worry. Number 8 is Rockable, Rafael Rohina Jr. And there's the 9, Ripe for Mischief, and Joel Cruz. And number 10 is U Butte and K Barcoa. And somewhere on the turn is the 4 Interchanger with Jose Baez. Post time in a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Big field of 10 to go 6 furlongs. Claimers non-winners of 3. Substantial favorite at 4 to 5, number 7, John's Protege. Four to 1 on number 3, 5 Aces. Five Aces into line. Loading up, race 4. With no name into line, John's Protege, Rockable. Ripe for Mischief. U Butte to the outside. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. A little bit of a hop in the air at the start for John's Protege. It's U Butte who accelerates out for the front end. 5 Aces along the inside. Interchanger in between horses up into second. Indy Cowboy towards the inside and a joint third. 5th place, Rockable. It's Utamaro is in amongst horses 6, 3.5 lengths off the lead. 2 lengths back to 4 Eyes is to the inside and with no name. John's Protege second last, 8 lengths off the lead and 4 lengths to the trailer, and that is Ripe for Mischief. As they go on to the turn, it's 5 Aces who has the lead over Interchanger. Rockable is 3 wide. Indy Cowboys at the fence as it's U Butte who sweeps up to the outside, 2 lengths off the lead. John's Protege's picked up a spot or 2, but still 5 lengths off the lead, and we'll go about 4 wide into the stretch, and then it's 4 Eyes who's towards the inside. Wide open here as they reach the top of the stretch. Interchanger and 5 Aces first and second. Indy Cowboy, white blinkers, and now 4 Eyes tries to split rivals. Further out is U Butte as they run to the 16th pole. It's Indy Cowboy striking the front. Interchangers up the inside. Indy Cowboy, Interchanger. Indy Cowboy victorious over Interchanger. Then it was 4 Eyes and close for 4th, maybe Rockable in that photo with John's Protege. In the winner's circle, number 1, Indy Cowboy. Kentucky bred 4-year-old bay gelding by Bernardini out of Gouch. Starlight 10-4 Racing Stables owns John Grabowski, the trainer. Luis Pena, the winning jockey. Thomas Conway bred Indy Cowboy. Fourth, number 8, Rockable, 1428. $13.40 the winning mutual, double $125, exacta $241.50. Trifecta $224.75, dime super $442.55, pick 3 $123. Fifth race from Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 4 wagering, post time in 21 minutes at 3:18 p.m.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 5. That was Indy Cowboy finally getting the trip to get the victory. That for former rider and trainer John Grabowski. Congratulations to them. That'll start off the late pick 5. All right, we'll look at the late pick 4 starting in the 5th. And, look at the board right now. The 5-horse Cooperite getting a lot of early play. Does look like the speed of the race. Now, this track has slowed down a little. Isn't like the last 2 days where it was truly speed favor. That's apparent. The last 2 speed horses kind of gave it up. But Cooperite looks like she should have things her way on the front. So it's just a matter of can she hold on? She's the one they have to catch. She's at odds of 4 to 5. Again, the racetrack's a lot different than it's been the last couple days. Artemis Girl is the deep closer in here. She ran phenomenal in her first start of the year. Only got beat ahead in that race, closing a ton of ground in the stretch. She's been primarily a router in her career. Now she ran this distance last time. A repeat of that effort puts her there. It just doesn't seem to have a lot of pace to close on. We'll see if she can overcome it. Obviously, the race makes her look good. She was my 3rd choice. I did use a long shot for 2nd. I'd like to change the riders to Caber Co on the 6 Floral Oats. This horse ran a good 2nd to Sweet Lilac when taking the blinkers off, going shorter on May 19th. That race is good enough to put her right there. The next couple starts, she hasn't had the right kind of trips. Last time, it wasn't like she got that beat that bad. Now, Light Thought's the horse that won the race, and a few of them come out of that race. We just saw how good that horse is. So Floral Oats, maybe worth a look here at a price, at least to hit the board. They still got to catch Cooperite, who figures to be the horse to beat, mainly with a tactical edge. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 4 starts in race number 5. You got about 6 minutes to post.
Coming on the track for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Start a late 50-cent pick 4. Number 1 is Artemis Girl and Hem and Harkey. Number 2, Journey of 5 and Romero Mirage. Number 3 is Positively, Christian Navarro. Number 4, La Indecente and Rafael. Skip to the 6, Floral Oats and Caber Coa. And finally, number 5, Cupright, Luis Perez. Post time in a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the gate. Fillies and mares have arrived at the gate for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 fillies and mares to go 5.5 furlongs. 7 to 5, number 5, Cupright. 9 to 5, number 1, Artemis Girl. Journey of 5 goes in. La Indecente, Cupright, and Floral Oats. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Journey of 5 and Cupright. These two accelerate out for the front end. Positively splits those two in third. Floral Oats in fourth. La Indecente shuffled fifth. About 3.5, 4 off the lead and a half length back to Artemis Girl, who trails the field. Cupright makes the front end. Has the lead by a widening a length over Journey of 5. Is in some tight quarters now in second. Positively is outside of her. Floral Oats is 3 deep and 2 off the lead into a joint third. Second last is Artemis Girl and 2 more to La Indecente, who trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. Cupright taken on by Positively. It's Floral Oats who will attempt to challenge on the outside in third. Journey of 5 towards the inside in fourth. Artemis Girl swung very wide for the stretch drive in fifth. They're in upper stretch. It's Cupright who's homeward bound. Has a lead by about 3 lengths. Positively cannot keep up in second. It's Artemis Girl down the center of the course up into third. 16th to go. It's Cupright. Cupright has too big of a lead. Cupright will not be caught. The battle for second. Artemis Girl gets second over Positively, and then it was Floral Oats. 5136. Number 5, Cup Right first, 5.5 furlongs, 106.48. Cup Right pays $370 to win. Fifth race official. Cup Right back to the winner's circle. New York bred 5-year-old bay mare by Reedsdale out of Mama Be Bad. William Bartlett, owner trainer. Luis Perez, the winning jockey. Majestic View Farms International bred Cup Right. Double $30.60, exacta $13.60, 50-cent trifecta, $25.50. Dime superfecta, $13.52, 50-cent pick 3, $59.37. Early pick 5, 5 of 5, $643.50. 6 race from Finger Lakes put Luis Perez on number 1, Sway the Jury. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time for race number 6 in about 22 minutes at 3:50 p.m.
All right, we're getting ready for race number 6, and Cup Right going very well for trainer Bill Bartlett. Is that one has 2 wins in a second since dropping and arriving here at Finger Lakes. No real anxious moment. A little bit slow at the start, but once the horse got the lead, really there were no challengers as she was the main speed of the race. Louis Perez did a good job in rating that one perfectly, and she drew away at the end. 4 to 5, you had to accept the price, but looked like a free square. 6th race, never won 2 condition, going a distance of 5.5 furlongs. Louis Perez on the 1, Sway the Jury. You know, looking at the 5, Frankie R. Now, he did beat a lot easier field. We're talking about 5,000 maidens now moving to the lifetime condition. But he did it so convincingly in first arriving here from Florida, drawing away from 2 next out winners. I mean, yeah, they were no world beaters that he beat. I mean, one with everything did step up and won, but it wasn't a very strong field that he beat. But Mischief Exposed came back and looked pretty good winning. Speed Pop in the field. And Frankie R had no problem beating those horses that day. I mean, Mischief Exposed went to the lead. He sat right off the horse and just drew past that one with no resistance. Earned a good number, a 60 buyer for the race. Could move forward from that race. His other races here weren't really that good for 5,000, so maybe this horse is getting good at is getting better at the right time, and catches a lackluster field here. So wouldn't be a surprise if he came right back. But again, he's got to face a little bit tougher than he beat in that race. The speed comes from Papa Pauly P. Papa Pauly P. Went 47 last time and gave it up to Image Equality, just the better horse that day. But you got to be concerned about this horse sustaining his speed. At least he stays at the 5.5 furlong distance, doesn't even try the 3/4. Yeah, that's been the issue. There's no doubt that he can get out there and get the lead on the field. It's just a matter of sustaining it and holding on in the late stages. But you might have a little bit of a tactical edge on this field as being the one they have to catch in race number 6. He's at odds of 9 to 2. On the outside is the 8 Not Today Governor. I thought this was going to be a good long shot. He is getting a little bit of early play. But if you're betting this one, you got to forgive the last race. And you would have thought that he would have liked the off track with the breeding that he has, but he just didn't fire. He was in position and then faded. Race before from a 10 post, he actually ran very well in that Papa Pauly P race. Considering Papa Pauly P did 47, he was able to close a little ground and was right there at the wire with Papa Pauly P. So his other races here at Finger Lakes this year aren't that bad at all, including a victory. It's just a matter of how you look at the last race. Can he bounce back from that effort? And then he could use them today. Doesn't look like you're going to get a big price as we look right now. He's 9 to 2, but would want a good price after the poor effort last time. Sway the Jury is a tricky read. He looked good breaking his maiden. I know he didn't beat the strongest of the field, but he did it quite handily. Got claimed out of that race, a little over his head in the allowance race, but last race, you know, you think he'd be competitive in there, and he wasn't. So drops again to 5,000. You know he's capable because he broke his maiden at the 11 to 9 level. It's just a matter of finding that form again after the 2 poor efforts. See if he does. I mean, he's 8 to 1. Worth a look because of the drop. The class relief doesn't hurt. This is lower than the level of the claim. Exacta Try Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 6. You got about 7 minutes to post.
Coming on the track, race 6 from Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1, Sway the Jury. Jockey changed to Luis Perez. Number 2, Go Get the Bag and Jeremias Flores. Number 3, Resistance Futile and Jose Ventura. Number 4, Don Antonio and Carlos Camilo. Number 5, Frankie R, Joel Cruz. Next up, number 6, Papa Paulie B and Hemin Harkey. Number 7, Waffler, Emmanuel de Diego. And number 8, Not Today, Governor, Sofia Vives, aboard. Post time in approximately 4 minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate for race 6 from Finger Lakes. Field of 8 to go, 5.5 furlongs. Claimers, non-winners of 2. 8 to 5, number 5, Frankie R. Frankie R, the next to go up. Papa Paulie P. Waffler and Not Today Governor still behind the gate. Waffler going in. Not Today Governor. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks to be a pretty good start. Papa Paulie P blasting out for the front end. Resistance Futile up the inside in second. Don Antonio third. Frankie R emerging in fourth. Waffler outside of him in fifth. 4 lengths off the lead. A length and a half to Not Today Governor, who's to the outside to Go Get the Bag. And 3 lengths to Sway the Jury, who trails the field. On to the turn. Papa Paulie P clears off by 3 open lengths. Over Don Antonio and Frankie R in chase mode second and third. Resistance Futile drops back in fourth, 8 lengths off the lead. Not Today Governor deep on the course in fifth, passing Waffler. Go Get the Bags in second last, and 4 lengths to Sway the Jury, who trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Papa Paulie P leads this field into the stretch, has a lead by 2 lengths. Frankie R and Don Antonio bumping in upper stretch, but they're second and third. Resistance Futile attempts to re-rally, shifting out to the outside and fourth. Papa Paulie P is fatigued. It's Don Antonio and Frankie R, the 2 that will decide it. Don Antonio and Frankie R head and head. Here's the winning line. Don Antonio with a late surge to get up for the win, defeating Frankie R. Many lengths back to Resistance Futile in third. Whatever numbers are posted, stewards are going to take a look at the stretch run concerning their inquiry in the stretch run between the 4 and 5. Four, 5, 3, 2. Number 4, Don Antonio, your unofficial winner. No change. No change in the order of finish. Stewart's ruled that there was contact made by both parties. No change in the order of finish. Don Antonio, New York bred 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Gormley. Out of Sapphire Sky, Bernardo Mongol III is the owner. Marissa Monserrati, the trainer. Carlos Camilo, the winning jockey. $8.90 the winning mutual, double $24.40. Exacta $26, trifecta $25. Dime Super $12.07. Pick 444, $251. Seventh race at Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double wagering. Post time, race number 7 in about 18 minutes at 4:22 p.m.
All right, we're getting ready for race number 7. That was Don Antonio. Had to survive the long inquiry as that one was coming out and impeding Frankie R., but wasn't enough for the disqualification. Carlos Camilo for trainer Marissa Manzarati. Congratulations to them as they win the 6th. Not only had to earn the race, you had to sweat out the inquiry as well. 8,000 starter optional claimer is the 7th, goes a distance of a mile 70. Good competitive race here. I mean, the inside speed looks to be the one. I know you ain't talking to me. 3 straight in the money finishes since coming back to Finger Lakes from Tampa, and now stretches out. This will be the first time stretching out at Finger Lakes since running a route at Tampa back in April, and just a question of carrying the speed. And we've seen him do it before, seen her do it before, whether it was a sprint or a route. She's the one they'll have to catch. See if they can today. She's at odds of 7 to 5. The 2-horse is Gringas. Nurko Huertas has a couple in here. I mean, how good did her horse look earlier that she won with? But Gringas outran her odds in the last 2 races since coming off the layoff since riding in New York. She ran second at odds of 11 to 1, and then second at odds of 10 to 1, getting a little more respect today, going off at odds of 7 to 2. There is some question with the stretch, although she has won at this distance. She's actually a perfect 1-for-1 going to mile 70, and she figures to get a good trip from that 2-post. The tricky read is the 4, Capital Gal. She's only had 1 race in a year, and that was in November in New York. Last time a year ago that she was here was in a sprint, and she lost by double digits. So it is a drop in class for Capital Gal. But again, the lack of activity is a little worrisome. But if she's on her game, she is a little bit better than these. And she is getting some action at odds of 9 to 2. So that's a few of the contenders for the 7th. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in here.
Fillies and Mares coming onto the track for the 7th race from Finger Lakes. Leading the post parade, number 1, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, in Carlos Camilo. Number 2, Gringotts and Hemin Harkey. Number 3, Pure Elegance, Christian Navarro. There's the 3. Number 4, Capital Gal and Cabercoa. Number 5 is Jolly Miss Jill, Romero Mirage. And number 6, Saloon Girl, Luis Perez, partners up. Post time in approximately 4 minutes. Fillies and Mares are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. Fillies and Mares have made their way to the starting gate for race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Starter optional claiming race. Going a mile and 70 yards. 6-5 inside. Mare, I know you ain't talking to me. 5-2 on Capital Gal. 9-2 on Jolly Miss Jill. Jolly Miss Jill into line. Saloon Girl to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. I know you ain't talking to me from an inside stall going out for the lead. Jolly Miss Jill's on the outside, also contending for the top spot. Saloon Girl will be stuck out wide. Capital Gal is towards the inside. And then it's Gringotts who's scraping the paint but improving positions up into a joint second. And at the back, that is Pure Elegance. I know you ain't talking to me on top by a length and a half. Jolly Miss Jill prompting outside in second. Gringotts towards the inside in third. And then it's Saloon Girl. Capital Gal is in between runners in some traffic, 3 off the lead. And then a few more lengths back to Pure Elegance, who's about 10 or 11 lengths off the lead. Up the backstretch, I know you ain't talking to me, is on top, controls this race by 2 open lengths over Jolly Miss Jill and Capital Gal, second and third, as it's Gringotts who probes through at the fence. Saloon Girls in the pink silks and about 4 lengths off the lead, and 3.5 lengths back to Pure Elegance, whose draws a little bit closer, but still at the back of the pack. 3 furlongs to go, and I know you ain't talking to me. Strides away by 4 over Gringotts and Capital Gal, who are second and third. 3 more lengths to Pure Elegance, who's out of last in fourth. And then the back 2 markers, Jolly Miss Jill and Saloon Girl, as they arrive at the top of the home stretch. I know you ain't talking to me is homeward bound. Has a substantial lead. Let's call it 8 lengths. Over Capital Gal in second, and then in third, that is Pure Elegance. As they run to the 16th pole, I know you ain't talking to me, head and shoulders above the field. I know you ain't talking to me. The 6-5 favorite wins by daylight. Pure Elegance closes for second, Capital Gal third, Gringotts fourth. One, 3, 4, 2. Number 1, I know you ain't talking to me first. Mile 70 yards, 143.71. Seventh race, official. I know you ain't talking to me. Pays $4.40 to win. Back to the winner's circle. Number one, I know you ain't talking to me. New York bred, 7-year-old chestnut mare by Bustin' Stones out of Bob's Pinup Girl. Jose Merced, the owner. Samuel Morales, the trainer. And Carlos Camilo with the riding double today. Robert Falcone and John Lee LLC, bred. I know you ain't talking to me. Double 28.20, exacta 25.20, 50-cent try, $25. Dime super, $9.47. Eighth and final from Finger Lakes, no scratches or jockey changes. Exacta trifecta, superfecta wagering. Post time for the eighth and final in about 20 minutes at 4:52 p.m.
All right, we're ready to conclude this Wednesday card with race number 8. Well, I know you ain't talking to me. Very impressive. Just very quick fractions. Came home in a pretty good time for the level. And it was Sam Morales actually dominating the exacta. He had the first and second horses in there as Pure Elegance got up to be second behind the main speed winner. I know you ain't talking to me, but it's not like this horse was rated around the track. 47 to the half. This horse was flying and still held on. That's 2 in a row, by the way, for Carlos Camilo, who won earlier on the card. Congratulations to him. Let's look at the last. Oh, do want a reminder tomorrow. Oh, Monday. Monday's our big day, New York Derby day. That's the day you want to be here. We're going to have a 1 o'clock first post that day. We got 3 stakes races, including the $150,000 New York Derby. Got some out-of-town jockeys coming. You might have heard of them. A couple of them are in the top 5 in the country. Irad Ortiz and Manny Franco will be here on Monday. And we also have the Leon Reed, as Jack and Bernie will make his stakes debut for 2025. He's certainly in good company. He'll have some challengers in that race. That's the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. We got $1 hot dogs and fountain sodas, also $3 drafts. So a lot to do here. Take the day off, have some fun. It's New York Derby Day on Monday. Let's look at the last 11-9 claimer. And yeah, the one horse Poseidon's Miss is the new face here, sent in by Linda Rice, and this one coming off a victory against their conditional 16s in New York. So if this horse can win that race, she should be very formidable in this race. This is actually the only foal that is raced out of this dam. The dam costs $120,000 as a 2-year-old. Might belong to me. So, but this horse has had some successes. In for the 4 lifetime part of the condition. Notice it is the dual condition. Most of them are in for the other part of it. It's interesting that the 2 horses that I like in here, that I got 1, 2, are both in for the 4 lifetime. Usually the weaker part of it. But Who Asked You is making her 2nd start of the year. She was in for the waiver claim last time. She's in for the waiver claim this time. Different pace scenarios. I mean, she's going to be out there. There is some other speed in here. Last time she was unable to get to the lead and faded after chasing. You would think she'd be a lot sharper today. And it's a horse that's very consistent. At least last year she was. And figures to be in the mix. Oh, no. We do have Ramon acting up here in the paddock. Hopefully she'll be okay. They're trying to settle her down. If you're back in that one, you're going to have to take a look at that one. The 7 is Bayou Melody, another one that could be a top 3 threat. She hasn't fired her best shot yet this year, but she's also run into Kaz Music. So I think she could get a little better trip today. Again, the track has played a little more fair as the last couple of days, so you can make up some ground, and she should be in a good outside stocky trip in the last race. So some of the contenders got Exacta Tri and Super in race number 8.
Late scratch, scratch number 5, Ramon. Number 5, Ramon's a late scratch from this 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 5, Ramon. Fillies and Mares coming on the track. 8th and final Finger Lakes. Scratch the 5, Ramon. Here's your field. Number 1 is Poseidon's Mist and Cabercoa. Number 2, Easy Play and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 3 is Who Asked You and Sofia Vives. Number 4, Saratoga Kisses, Joel Cruz. Number 6, Luna Loca, Jose Baez. And rounding out the field, number 7, Bayou Melody and Kevin Navarro, the jockey. Post time in just a few minutes. approaching the gate. And the Fillies and Mares have arrived at the starting gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Down to a field of 6 Fillies and Mares to go 5 1/2 furlongs. 8th race, last race of the racing week here at Finger Lakes. Don't forget that Monday is New York Derby Day here at Finger Lakes. Some big name jockeys coming to town to ride. New York Oaks, as well as another big stakes race on tap on Monday. But got to complete this Wednesday card. 4 to 5 favorite number 1, Poseidon's Mist. And they're all in the gate, and they're off. Who Asked You? Sending out for the lead. Easy Play towards the inside in second. Bayou Melody deep on the course in third. 2 lengths of Luna Loca in fourth. Saratoga Kisses, Red Blinker splitting rivals in fifth. And Poseidon's Miss is at the back of the pack and about 8 lengths off the lead. 2 horses pressing the pace. Who Asked You? To the outside of Easy Play. Bayou Melody in a good spot in third. 3 lengths off the dueling leaders. 2 more lengths back to Saratoga Kisses. Mid-flight in fourth. Then 2 lengths to Luna Loca, followed up by Poseidon's Mist, who's about 14 lengths off of the lead. As they race to the quarter pole, Easy Play and Who Asked You still first and second. Bayou Melody on the outside in third. A couple more lengths to Saratoga Kisses in fourth. Luna Loca on the stand side in fifth. They got 3/16 to go, and Easy Play opens up. Easy Play shrugs off Who Asked You in mid-stretch. Saratoga Kisses from out of the pack up into second. 16th to go. It's Easy Play by 4. Saratoga Kisses up in the second. Luna Loca in third. Your winner, Easy Play. Saratoga Kisses second. Luna Loca third. And Poseidon's Mist rallied late for fourth. Two, 4, 6, 1. Number 2, Easy Play first. Easy Play to the winner's circle, New York bred. 6-year-old dark brown mare by Big Brown out of Sweet Frost. Sunrise Stables owner breeder, Ralph D'Alessandro the trainer, and Emmanuel De Diego the winning jockey. Reminded there was late scratch in the 8th race of the 5, Ramon. $4.80 the winning mutual. Consolation double $154, regular double $14.80, exacta $82, trifecta $67.37, dime super $58.65, pick 3 $15.62. That's a regular pick 3, consolation pick 3 $415, $5.85. Pick 4 $31.50, pick 5 5 of 5, $259.25. 8th race, last live race here at Finger Lakes on a Wednesday. Next live racing date will be Monday, New York Derby Day. First posted 1 p.m. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening.